We build machines to move us faster, racing toward the horizon with grit and determination, and sometimes with abandon. Call it the march of progress or the pursuit of glory. We've proven time and time again that if you can dream it, you can chase it down. This desire has no bounds. It doesn't go in reverse. It leads us in one direction and one direction alone. Forward. And that's why the Indy 500 exists. A showcase for achievement, the human's pursuit of progress, our relentless pursuit of more skill, more innovation, more strength, more speed, more glory. The spirit of everyone who's ever leaned into the wind, pushing further toward the edge of their song, right here at the racing capital of the world. This year marks the 100th run of the greatest spectacle of racing. Millions
Back live, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hope everybody's doing great today. Welcome back. We're getting ready to go practicing on this Monday, about 6 minutes away from cars on track. Ready to rock and roll. We're glad you're with us.
Well, I'm just getting get everything straightened away here. Technically, we get a little.
Getting all the technology working for us here, Jerry Baker. Be checking back with you, getting ready for the green flag to wave. Bill York is showing up for work. So our honorary starter today.
They brought him out in a golf cart, man. That's first class there when that happens.
He's the king of media in Indianapolis. Bill York, longtime press man here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's our official starter today. And he's also a birthday boy, we understand. 43 years of age today. Happy birthday, Bill York.
I'm just checking, Dave. We have a computer screen up here that allows us to take a look at the temperatures around the track. It's amazing to me. They wiped it off for me right now, but I just noticed it was 10 degrees difference between turns 3 and 4, and I've noticed that throughout the entire week. And we're talking about, what, a quarter of a mile, I suppose.
Yeah.
But that's been a big difference. And, of course, yesterday, running in the heat of the day was an issue. Running in the wind was an issue, but, boy, what a day it was yesterday.
A fabulous day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The field is set for the 100th running of the Indy 500. If you were with us, boy, you know what fun day it was, wasn't it? James Hinchcliffe starting on the pole. Newgarden and Ryan Hunter-Reay making up your front row. Townsend Bell, Carlos Munoz, and Will Power are in row 2. Row 3, Michaela Lotion, Simon Pagenaud, and Elio Castroneves, the drivers from the big shootout yesterday, and we appreciate what they were able to do, putting on a great show for us. So once again, the honorary starter for today is William York with a green flag in his hand. Taking some pictures down there.
Here we go.
Green flag being waved by Bill York.
I think he's practicing.
I think he's
right
warming
now.
up.
Yeah, he's just warming up.
There
yeah.
he is.
Yeah.
He's on the video boards right now, Bill York. Look at that smile.
What a guy.
Yep.
You got to know him to really appreciate him, and I've known him for 50 years. And boy, what a guy he is.
I'm like you. Really appreciate him. Feel like he's part of our family. So good to have Bill York back at the Speedway, the birthday boy.
A few minutes before we open up, Dave, what are we looking at today? We're going to have, we've seen the cars being towed out, several of them in the last 15 minutes or so. What do we expect?
Race day setups today, and I would imagine we're going to see lots of drafting coming at you. They're going to go out in groups probably after they shake it down, make sure all the systems are up and running. Now, as you mentioned, they were given extra boost over the weekend, so they'll get that 30 extra boost taken away. So they'll go back out and work and see how it's all going to work for them today. So 3 minutes before we go green. Less than 3 minutes now.
We're not looking at specific speed as being the goal for the day, Dave. Yep. And I mentioned that earlier. You and I chatted about that. At the same time, you'd like to know that your car is quick.
Absolutely. You want to make sure your car's quick. You want to make sure it's working in the draft. Take some pressure off for the rest of the week. They've got another warm-up on carb day, but that is just a quick systems check usually coming up on Friday. Hey, before it gets loud and busy here, I want to give a big shout-out to all the old-timers on the ground. The Indianapolis 500 Old Timers Club gathering tonight for the annual barbecue. This is a group of men and women that have worked 20-plus years in various capacities. To be a member of the Old Timers Club, you have to put in 20-plus years with the Speedway. So welcome to all the old timers. You'll see them around wearing the red hats. And some of them have, if they're really old, like Bill York, you get the yellow gold hat. So welcome back to all the old timers gathering back on the Pagoda Plaza tonight for the annual barbecue. 1 minute away from going green at the world's most famous race course on a beautiful, beautiful sunny Monday. So just getting some more information. We're going to have some race day conditions prevailing now for the drivers and teams. They will not be able to use the warm-up lane to dive back in the pits. It's going to be like race day where you have to come off of turn 4 and dive into the pits from that location instead of using the warm-up lane.
Well, that's important, Dave, because they haven't looked for that the last couple of weeks.
And there's also markers in place where they know when to come in and come out, where they flow into traffic. Those yellow cones are in place to let them know exactly where they're diving in and out of the pit. So that's going to be fun to watch today. Live look down the main straightaway. Ready to go. The pit speed is going to be 60 miles an hour today. Pit speed 60 miles an hour. Race day conditions. Boy, can we please bottle this weather?
Oh, this would be great. This would be ideal.
Less than a minute, we're going to go green. So, Bill York, get ready for your moment, big fella. We're watching you. Eyes on the starter. Green flag waving. The honorary starter, Bill York, with a nice figure 8. He knows how to do it.
He's pointing. They want to go that
the drivers
direction.
to go that way.
Yeah, thank you, Bill.
Way to work, Bill York. That is priceless right there. That is priceless. Priceless. Love that. I think he's Pat Van. Can we see Bill York again? I think that was Pat Van down there, wasn't it?
Well, how many years did Pat flag this race and do it from right in that area right there at the start-finish line? He didn't have that high perch up there.
Oh, that's fabulous. That is fantastic. Congratulations to Bill York getting a chance to be the honorary starter today. Well-deserved, young man, and happy birthday. Lots of track activity right away. The 27, the 3, the 22 already out. Here we go, up to speed.
Quick trip out, quick trip back in, just to check things out.
Yep, we're going to go up to speed after they check them out. So what they're doing here is they're going to go out, and they've made a lot of changes from qualifications, and now they want to come back in and check those systems, make sure there's no leaks, make sure everything's running just right before they go up to speed.
Before we forget about it, Dave, how about the job that Scott Dixon's team did yesterday in changing that engine in what, about half the time it would normally take to change an engine? And I love the picture in the paper this morning. It just showed everybody en masse getting the job done.
Yeah, congratulations to Target Chip Ganassi Racing. They saved Scott Dixon from having to start on the back row. He's going to start 13th instead of the back row because his crew did a mad scramble. They did it in about an hour and a half, hour and 20 minutes. They changed an engine over, which is unheard of. That's Spencer Piggott in that yellow and white car. Following him on the giant TV screens, he's at 213, just warming it up.
One of the significance of this particular practice session is this is about race time on Sunday. So the weather conditions, even though they're certain to change, at least you're out when you would be on the track on Sunday.
No doubt about it. As these temperatures go up, there's lots of information to be gathered today by these teams, and the engineers want to see how these cars will handle in these conditions. 75 degrees right now. Probably going to see some pit stop practices today as well. Just a slight breeze, ideal conditions. And they are moving it up. Moving it up the speed charts already. Stephen Wilson is out practicing. Trying to get nice, solid balance for these cars. Get them ready for the race.
And we'll talk about speed throughout the session, but that's really not the objective. Although it's part of the objective. And 2:18 right now for Stephen Wilson. Piggott at 2:17. Other cars just now working up to speed. Now Piggott went to the top of the board for about a half a second. He's at 2:18.3, and all of a sudden Sage Karam up to 2:19.653. Karam out in what we would assume most certainly is their race setup. Juan Pablo Montoya rolling by the yard of bricks in the pit area, along with the sixth machine of J.R. Hildebrand. Now Karam is at 2:23. Ryan Hunter-Ray heading out of the pit area.
Yeah, Sage Karam, early impressions by him, 2:23. Solid race car at the moment. He's in the 24. Sage Karam starting in the middle of row number 8. 21 years of age, youngest driver in the field. Marco Andretti out for practice. Marco starting in the middle of row 5. There you see a driver coming off of 4, diving into the pits. Karam getting used to that roll now. Changing track, learning how to dive into the pits from coming right off turn 4 instead of using that warm-up lane.
And that's one of the reasons they've got it out there today, is for the guys to get used to that. Now the 20 machine heading out. That's Ed Carpenter. Ed, I'm imagining, is both happy and unhappy today. He's a little unhappy with his effort, but his team did a terrific job.
No doubt about it. Having Joseph Newgarden on the front row for the Indy 500. Carpenter starting back in the middle of row 7.
Got our eyes on Marco on the video boards. Andretti second quick now at 2:18.8. Now he's going to come back into the pits right now. He's done what he wants to do for that particular session. And we'll swing out, pick up Charlie Kimball. Charlie is qualified 16th for Sunday's running, 100th running of the Indianapolis 500. Max Chilton heading out to the racetrack. One of Joseph Newgarden now leaving the pit area. And we continue to show you on the video boards Charlie Kimball. Heading out to get some practice time in. 22 car of Simon Pagenaud coming back into the pits. Scott Dixon also out with a warm-up lap, if you will. Test everything out, make sure all the connections are properly installed, everything is ready to go. Pippa Mann heading out to the racetrack. We have been watching Ed Carpenter, and he is, they've been coming in, going out, coming in, going out. We'll try to catch this next time. I have a suspicion they're working on their pit stops just to the north of the start finish line. And that's what a lot of the teams will be doing today once they feel comfortable with the car as far as it's solid, they're ready to go with it. Now they're going to try those pit stops because, man, you can win yourself a race sitting on pit road.
No doubt about it. That can be the difference in the race, no doubt about it. It's Ryan Hunter-Reay, the fastest, 2:23. Sage Karam, 2:23. But again, this day is more about balance. See, how do you run on the draft? Here's Ed Carpenter, Marco Andretti working in turn number 1. Cruising along, Marco. Will Power joining the traffic in the backstretch.
So Helio Castaneves come back into the pit area after his preliminary lap, so he'll be back out shortly.
Very busy racetrack all of a sudden. The 15 and 27 working together.
We've got a good view now of Ed Carpenter's pit area just to the north of us. The crew is bringing him back in again. Let's see if this is a pit stop practice session. He comes in, hits his mark, up goes the chassis, And that's what the crew is doing right now, just working on this pit stop situation. I figured that's what it was, as many times as he had come in and gone back out. Now, he will not go out this time, but they've done their servicing anyway.
Yeah, great work by the crews. Fun to watch them working on those pit stops down in those pit lane boxes right now. Busy track. Graham Rahal, Marco. Boy, that'd be fun to see those two up front on race day. What a story that would be if you could see an Andretti in victory lane or a Rahal. That would be fun. 1 week from today, the dust will be settled. Cannot wait. Don't know about you guys. I wake up every morning going, oh boy, we're getting closer.
Of the 33 have been out on the racetrack at this point in time. Elio just out getting a warm-up lap in. He'll be back out very shortly, I'm sure. And there's a little bit of that dicing we talked about a few moments ago. Alexander Rossi going out on the race course. Hey, this guy might be a guy you want to put a couple of bucks on. Rossi's had a real nice, quiet month for a rookie.
Oh, he has just been solid all the way around. He has just really been pushing it and consistent, ready to go racing. And as you mentioned, for a rookie, it's quite remarkable to see how he's handled this situation. Some nice drafting going on here. Sage Karam giving chase right now. Karam out there giving chase. 12 car Will Power. Power's car's got that red trim on it. Getting to the point, Bake, where you got to start paying attention to the nuances of these cars
yes,
high
yes,
above,
yes.
right?
From your standpoint and from our broadcast standpoint, that's a handful for us.
Yes, it is. It's a lot of work. It's fun work. Sage Karam, a white car with a fluorescent green trim. Gas Monkey Garage sponsorship. Backstretch he goes. Ryan Hunter-Ray, Andretti, Chilton now over 223. Sage Karam still in that bracket. Montoya has returned to traffic. Defending champions in that 2 silver car. He's diving back in the pits. Sage Karam side by side with Chilton now, making the pass as they set up for turn 1. Now Chilton goes to the inside, making a pass around Sage as they continue to work in traffic to see how those cars handle. Quite smooth right now. Pippa Mann now on track.
Back out, didn't waste a lot of time picking up that speed. 224 plus right now, 224 and a half. Just checking starting positions, Dave. We've talked about Sage a lot here in the last few minutes. He's running 224 plus. He'll start 23rd, and that's one of the things that is going to be interesting to watch over the Sunday first, 20, 25 laps. Those guys, there's some hot shots back there in the back of that field.
Oh, this field is spread out quite nicely to watch some battles up front. Look at this traffic coming down the main straightaway. Karam, Chilton, Pippa, and Marco. Lap after lap, working on those race day setups. Look at Pippa Man drafting there off of Chilton, the rookie. Marco following there. This is kind of fun. Sage Karam is in the mix. Good job running the laps. Pippa Man's going to start inside row 9. Marco following Pippa down the backstretch. He's going to look to the inside, making a move, setting up for 3. Just the stuff we were talking about,
That's exactly what we were talking about a few minutes ago. They're loving it. Crowd's loving it. I'm scared to death.
It's crazy, isn't it, how they run?
Oh, my.
Yellow flag coming out, debris on the course. Yellow debris on the course. Going to slow him down. We've got debris. There's Paul Blevin up working. Paul Blevin with a yellow flag out. So just like that, we're going to slow him down for debris on the course. back up to speed we go at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The green is back out. Debris removed from the track. The 3 car of Castroneves is coming at you off of turn number 4. And the 29 car out running around as well. So getting busy once again. Castroneves flashing by as we go back up to speed. Townsend Bell, the 29, though, back in the pits. Working on those race day conditions, working on some pit stops. 6 car back on track. J.R. Hildebrand. Montoya, that sleek silver car, rolling again. Ed Carpenter moving out as well. So lots of track activity to enjoy. Of the 33 qualified cars have made it out onto the race course so far. And again, your top speed, as we just mentioned, 2:24.5, Sage Karam. They're also giving you speeds today, again, without a tow. It's significant, but most of the cars will be getting a tow on race day. So
absolutely, yeah, you want to work in the draft as much as possible. In fact, look at 2 getting around 3. Montoya side by side with Elio. Now they fall back in the draft.
We were told that Alexander Rossi has been slapped with a pit lane violation, obviously too fast, so they're going to make him do a drive-through. That's a part of this race day that we don't talk enough about. You can pick up a penalty, and you could be the leader or in the top 10, pick up yourself a penalty coming into the or out of the pits too fast, and really kind of destroy any chances you might have. So what's going on right now is they're getting a feel for the speed coming down that 60 miles an hour you mentioned earlier.
They certainly are. Look at this trio of drivers. Castroneves looking to the outside of turn number 1, thought about making a pass, and now he settles back in. Now we've got 5, 6 cars running in a pack off of turn number 2. What a great view. Takuma Sato joining in that. Working in the turbulence, trying to get in that draft and see how that car handles in that dirty air. That's what they want to find out. Coming off of 4, slingshotting. Takuma Sato making a move, getting around Carpenter safely. There's Montoya going side by side, working around traffic around J.R. Hildebrand.
Mr. Newgarden, 226 plus miles per hour. Well, wouldn't he like to have had a 1/10 of a second quicker yesterday?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Watching Oriol Serbia running in that pack at 77. He's mixing it up in the middle of that pack as well. As they all come off of, look at Castroneves going way to the inside, making a pass to the back stretch. There's Serbia hanging in there. To the inside of Montoya with a move. 77 of Serbia is out there mixing it up. Ryan Clausen's in that grouping of cars too.
Serbia will start 10th. Davy's got a good starting position. I just suspect that first lap is going to be one whale of an entertaining first lap.
Oh, no doubt about it. Those three guys in the front row, who's going to lift? That's the big question. Hildebrand's doing a nice job right now. He's trying to work his way around that 7 car. Good work all the way around the track right now. They are really turning some great laps right now.
Four cars over 225, one over 226, as we have mentioned. It belongs to Joseph Newgarden, 226, 879.
Here comes that grouping. Clausen's in the 88 car running in second. Look at this group. He's going to look to the inside. Boy, that's just, they're just getting after it all of a sudden, aren't they?
If you're going, I'm going with you.
No doubt about it. Gabby
Wow.
Chavez running in that grouping in that 19 car. I was just watching him.
You see him coming too wide into turn one. It's pretty hard to do that, so you're going to have to find a single file there. And now another car that's running in excess of 226 miles per hour. Scott Dixon, 226, 339. Second quick behind Newgarden.
Hey, let's just go 3 wide down the backstretch during practice right now, huh? You see that? Scott Dixon decided, it's time to make a move. I'm going to just jump in this lane over here. So they were 3 wide for a moment. No problem. Connor Daly's out there mixing it up. He's in there with Serbia. They're the backstretch following a Rahal. You'll be seeing them come around. This pack of cars coming at you starts with the 15 with Rahal. Then back to the 18. He's right in the mix as well. Stacking it up. Watch this train coming at you right now. The pole sitter, James Hinchcliffe, has not been out just yet. Sure, we'll see him later. Taking his time today. You can't blame him.
You know, Dave, it's interesting because yesterday, during the practice session in the morning prior to qualifying, he didn't bring his car out then either. And we talked with him, if you recall. He said, hey, we're ready to go. So maybe, certainly he would come out today, I would think, but we'll see.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine they'll be out shaking it down. Just watch down in turn one. Pippa Mann was just getting up to speed and had some heavy traffic coming up on her. And that was quite a moment down there in turn one, but everybody cruising along, keeping it safe. Nerves of steel today. These drivers are very busy on track.
Now 30 cars have been out, and we see that that Hinch's car has been presented to the warm-up lane, to the pit area, so he will be out shortly.
Sage Karam leading this pack that you're watching. Second is that 19 car. Mixing it up. Ray Hall's in the middle of that pack.
Just watching down to our left, Dave, Oriol Serbia came storming into the pit area, and the crew jumped right on that car, so they too are practicing their pit stops.
Off of 4. 19 having a strong run so far. Gabby Chavez starts on the outside of row 7. Working with Sage Karam, who's back a row in row 8. Sage makes a move. He's around Gabby in turn number 3. There's Dixon. You talked about the engine change they made. Look at him working the backstretch. Out there with a teammate getting into some traffic with Gabby Chavez. Target Chip Ganassi crew working away. Also the 98's out there, so he's having some good laps. Very busy time. Rossi starts in the middle of row 4. He's in the 98 mixing it up. Marco Andretti trying to get around Takuma Sato down the main straightaway. Charlie Kimball just behind them. Some passing even going on in the short shoot. Beck, you don't see that too often during practice, but today, race day conditions, they're going to give it a go and see how that car handles.
Well, let's face it, Dave, they've got absolutely perfect conditions right now. The wind is it's up a little bit, not all that bad. So if you want to go out and play around, now's the time to do it again. And we are told that Alexander Rossi has another drive-through coming to his way.
What's he doing, huh? Not following the rules.
Yeah, apparently not.
They're going to get his attention, aren't they?
Yes, sir. Actually, what we're doing, Dave, and what I can ascertain is we're almost practicing under race conditions right now.
Absolutely. We were told that even the safety crews have been practicing race day conditions down there. They're locked and loaded, ready to go.
Cannot thank them enough for what they have done here at the Speedway over the years, and especially so last year.
Lots of hardworking people behind the scenes make this event come off flawlessly, so we thank everybody involved with all their work, whatever their capacity may be. We're glad you're out there doing what you do best. Sage Karam having a good run so far. He's putting lots of laps in. Gabby Chavez still working hard. They get through turn number 2.
Hinchcliffe has taken his Honda out onto the track, just getting warmed up at the 216 after turning only a couple of laps, and we'll see what he's up to today. Dave, we talked about they might not go up for speed today and be looking for speed. I'm just looking here. The 226.879 that they're running at would have put you in the 8th row yesterday. So they're running pretty good.
Definitely, but again, it's pretty much all about balance today, isn't it? Trying to make sure that car is just right. Working in that draft. There's Castaneves, that bright yellow car in the middle of that pack. Here comes Townsend Bell, the yellow, blue, and silver car. Gavin Chavez continues to hang with the big boys. He's out there running lap after lap. Marco Andretti returns to the backstretch. There's Ryan Hunter-Ray in the middle of that pack, and that red and yellow car. Ryan Hunter-Ray starting in the front row, the 28 machine.
You mentioned Pippa Mann coming out of the pits a while ago, Dave. Just watching two cars come out. When they enter the track in the second corner over there, there are masses of cars that are steaming by full steam ahead. You got to be really careful out there.
Oh, you got to keep that car low and get up to speed in a hurry. Look at this grouping. Side by side they go on the turn. Look at this. Tony Kanaan in the middle of that mix. That was Elio, Kanaan, and Townsend Bell in that mix. Munoz right there with him in that black and blue car. TK and company having a nice run through the corner. Marco Andretti in the mix. So Andretti Autosport working together. Let's watch him come off of 4. Andretti Autosport got their team together. They're running at speed. Last time by about 2:15. Great traffic. I tell you, this is fun to watch. Max Chilton side by side with the 3-time champion. Hey, champion, I'm a rook, and I'm coming through. Makes a pass to the inside, down in turn 1. Neves now makes his way around the rookie as they come through turn 3, now into 4. Out there running in that traffic as well, getting his car down that yellow black machine. He had a little bit of a wiggle there coming through 1. Let's keep it on. Stephen Wilson, 25 car now in that pack of cars. There he is right there. You see the video boards being passed by Munoz.
As far as we can tell, Dave, the only 2 cars that have not been presented.
Whoa, hang on a minute, Beg. We got Chilton getting out of the groove here. He almost smacked the wall.
Wow.
He had to really get out of the throttle. The rookie had a moment there coming through turn number 3. He had traffic on the inside of him, and he went, oh, I'm a little too high. And you can tell he really backed off the throttle there.
Good save.
Jump in on you.
No problem. Buddy Lazier and Alex Tagliani appear to be the only 2 cars that we have not seen yet present themselves in the pits or on the racetrack.
Yellow debris on the course. We have a yellow for debris on the course. Thank you, Paul Blevin, with the yellow flag high above the track. There's some debris on the track.
How about Juan Pablo and his debris on the track yesterday?
Goodness.
What a shock that must be to a guy who's running 200 plus miles an hour and suddenly realizes this car ain't working right.
It's a giant trash bag in the middle of the groove.
Oh, I do applaud. I'm not sure all the fans, when I was down at turn 1 yesterday when that happened, Dave, there was a mixed reaction. Some said, no, make him go to the back of the line. Others said, yeah, let him go out again right now. So, but I do applaud the officials here. I think it was the right move yesterday.
I think in that situation you have to do it. From what I hear, that bag would have been out there and that Montoya needed to have another shot because he had complained on the radio about it earlier. All right, so everybody's been out except for Tagliani and Lazier are the only two that we have not seen out. How about that, folks? That's been fun to watch, isn't it? Those drivers out there getting after it. Boy, it feels great to see them going up to speed, working on some drafting and some passing, and it's been a lot of fun watching it all play out.
Over 600 laps turned already.
Newgarden the fastest at 226. Kanaan right there with him. Dixon 226 as they turn the boost back to normal setting after qualifications for the weekend. So on behalf of the Allman George family, we're so honored you're with us today on this practice on Monday. The field is set, and what a field it is. Cannot wait to watch this show play out. 5 rookies in the field, 6 former winners ready to go next week. Next Sunday.
Looking at Dave, I was just looking over some numbers here. Scott Dixon qualified last year on the pole at 226.7. We're running 226 plus in the practice period today, and that was a year ago with their boost situation. Although they did back it down some, and it just gives you some indication how fast these cars are, even in race trim.
Oh, my goodness, who will be drinking the milk next Sunday? We can't wait to see. Hopefully you've got your tickets. You're going to be with us. Hey, we see some of the 500 Festival princesses walking through the pits right now. Hi, ladies.
Oh, I figured you'd see them.
Hi, ladies. Welcome to the track. Our 500 Festival princesses are back. What a great program that is. They're out kicking around having fun today. And we are finishing up a track inspection. We've been very busy already. Sun is shining, gorgeous day. And again, this is the final practice until Friday. When Friday we have carb day, but really that's more of a shakedown. They'll run a little bit, but this is fun today. This is really interesting to see how hard they're pushing it.
We have the pit stop competition again
We do.
this year? Yeah, you kind of host that, don't you?
I will be hosting the pit stop competition, the challenge, and then Journey will be in concert with Neil Schoen. Are you a Journey guy?
Yes, I am, as a matter of fact.
You're a Beatles guy.
I am a Beatles guy, yes.
Jerry Baker, who is alongside me, is the original announcer when the Beatles came to Indiana. The once and only time you were the legendary announcer on stage.
I was, absolutely.
What a thrill that must have been. Oh, looky, here's the 500 Festival princesses on the video boards. Hi, ladies, give the parade wave. There you go. Get ready for the parade. Do the parade wave. There you go.
By the way, that's the reason, I don't know if you know this or not, but Bob Jenkins is not here yet today. He is going to be in the parade, and he took some time off to
I thought you were going to tell me he was one of the princes. Okay.
Well,
he took time off
to learn the wave.
Got it.
Because he's going to be in the parade, and he's been practicing the wave. You know Bob.
You know Bob. He's getting ready for the parade. So Bob Jenkins will be in the parade. 1 minute before we go back to green and get ourselves out of trouble. It's Joseph Newgarden, Kanan, Dixon, Alotion, all running up front. Everybody running in the draft. Still looking for Lazier to make some laps, and Tagliani has not been out right now. So Chevy is 1, 2, 3. Honda fourth with Alotion. Ryan Hunter-Ray is up there. It's all about drafting, getting all set up. Hear the engines roaring. We're going to watch this track get busy once again. Green flag waving, and the course available for practice. Look at this train of cars coming at you. About to get very busy on track. If you have a pass to be down along pit lane, remember, keep your head up today. Keep your head on a swivel. Everybody coming and going. It's going to be very busy down along the pits today. Here they come out of turn 4. Crank them up. That's Tony Kanata, that blue and white car in turn number 1. Followed by Oriole Servia at 77. '20 car of Ed Carpenter in that traffic. In the backstretch they go. Alotion in that dark colored 7 car. Montoya getting a drive-through penalty. Must have left pit lane too hot, so we're going to make him do a drive-through penalty. 15. Here comes the Steak and Shake car off of turn 4, followed by the pole winner. Kanan getting into that mix. That's the trio we're watching right now on the video boards. Pagenaud being picked up now in that traffic. 182 bright yellow machine diving into the pits. Newgarden 227 last time by. Newgarden 227. Look at this, 3 wide down the front straightaway. Got at least 20 cars on track right now. Here they come. Montoya coming in for that stop and go. He's going to do a little pit stop action here, letting the crew practice. Putting on 4 tires. Connor Daly's out there mixing it up in the 18 car. He's in the middle of the traffic as well. Busy racetrack. 21 car of Newgarden, fastest car right now. He's going down the backstretch.
Dave, another side note issue here is when you, for the fans sitting up along the main straightaway, you see the guys in the red shirts, the Firestone guys. As soon as a car comes off the track, they hustle out there. And what they're doing is checking the temperatures in the tires to see how the balance is of those machines. So if you're new here, that's what those guys in the red shirts are doing. It's very important.
Andretti Autosport. Ryan Hunter-Reay to the inside of Munoz with Marco. That third car with the blue and yellow car. Marco, and then you got Townsend Bell just behind them. Making a swift move around Townsend Bell over in turn number 3. Newgarden having a solid day, 227.4. He's the fastest car on track. You doing here, huh? Race Control's got to be enjoying this, don't they? Race Control enjoying these guys getting pretty brave with some of these passes. Here comes Hildebrand getting around Pippa Mann.
I'm just thinking, Dave, for those who maybe are here for the first time ever at the racetrack and they're sitting on the edge of their seats, multiply this by about 10.
Yes.
On Sunday.
It really is. It's quite remarkable what these drivers do, the skill that it takes, the decision making that takes place just over and over again, split second decision making. The Andretti team working turn number 1. They continue to work together. Penske's guys have been out and about a little bit, not too aggressively yet. Andretti Autosport's been very aggressive. Look at him working the backstretch. Wow. 3 wide. Sage Karam out there pushing that grouping along. He gets around to the outside. Here's Marco following Munoz. Wow. They're really using his track right now. Yeah, let's just go side by side through turn 3 like it's no big deal. This is some incredible racing going on. Oh yes, it's called practice. Look at that move to the inside. Newgarden making a move to the inside. 10's going to get a penalty. He's got to drive through.
We note that the 4-car of Buddy Lazier has now been brought into the pits, so he will be out to get some practice time. He has not been out of the race course as of yet, but 32 cars out of the track.
I think they've settled down just a bit from all that crazy passing we had a short while ago. They have settled down more of a single file pattern right now. They'll be back after this, really working on passing and drafting and seeing how these cars handle in the turns.
We just passed 1,000 laps of practice in an hour and about 15 minutes. Hasn't taken them long. And for those of you who follow the engine race, Chevy has the 4 top laps of the day. And the top lap at 2:27, 4:14, Joseph Newgarden, then Kanaan, Dixon, and Karam all in Chevys. And we are told that, we mentioned that Tagliani has not been presented in the pit area, and we're told he is scheduled to come out in about 15 minutes or so.
Watching Tony Kanaan get around Spencer Pickett through turn number 3. Nice move to the inside. We've been seeing passes 3 wide at some points on track. Drivers taking full advantage of this practice that goes till 4 o'clock today. Indy Lights will be on track after that. continuing till 4 o'clock, and they are after it right now. Lap after lap. Drivers have been busy, turning 1,200 laps so far. Newgarden the fastest at 2:27, and they are really working it today, working in traffic. We were watching Connor Daly making some moves in traffic. He has been very aggressive on track. Same with Tony Kanaan. Very, very busy on track. Here comes the 41 and Pippa working. Pippa going to the inside of Hawksworth, making a pass.
Realize, Dave, she's 5th fastest car out there today. 225 plus.
Everybody trying to find balance for race day. That bright yellow car back on track. Pagano, 22 turning laps. Only had 2 cautions so far today. Lap after lap. Look at this grouping coming at us again. 12 Penske guys out there. Serbia running with them. Hinchcliffe in that grouping. The 5 gold car. See him right there, the pole winner. Looks like we've now had 32 drivers out. Tag still the only driver we've not seen. 7 Aloshin trying to get around Hinch as they go side by side. Backstretch. Now they settle into single file. Aloshin making the pass. Aloshin coming to the inside of Pagano.
It's interesting to watch him down in turn 1. Over the last couple of years, Ed Carpenter has proved you can't go through there too wide. And they come at me when I'm down there. They come at you, and you just know somebody's got to back off. And we've been watching that in the practice session here today.
Yes, they are definitely driving hard, but being courteous. If you can be courteous, going 220 miles an hour. They're doing a fine job so far.
I heard the driver say, somebody said that they were running at between 237 and 240 as they enter turn 1. See, here's the line going into turn 1 right now. It's just amazing.
Side by side up into the groove there. Aloshin and Serbia. Backstretch. Castroneves out there mixing it up now. Crazy traffic. Look at that move by Serbia getting around Elio Castaneves and company over there at turn number 3. Man, that backstretch is just getting beat up today. They are just working that track hard. Lots of passing going on in those corners. Look at this side by side. Here they come in a big grouping coming down the main straightaway. Serbia has been in the mix all day. He has a pretty balanced car right now. Also watching Townsend Bell out there busy on course.
Most of the changes we're seeing on the speed charts, Dave, are those in the middle of the pack, picking up maybe a half an hour or a half a mile an hour. Not much from the leaderboard as it got but 4 cars over 226, and they've been that way for a long time.
Yeah, they're just really working on that drafting, and it's just crazy watching them pass right now. This has been going on since noon. 12:30 they've been doing this.
Yeah.
Started at 12:30, and it's just been non-stop track activity. There's Hinchcliffe getting around the car on track.
And Dave, you and I were chatting before we actually got the cars on the track. We didn't think we'd see much today. At least I didn't.
I didn't think it would be
much.
this intense.
No.
I really didn't. I knew that they would do some drafting, but not like this. This has been going on for 50 laps
Yeah.
worth. I mean, this has just been non-stop. Look at Dixon now, using all the track, almost getting down to the grass to the backstretch. He dove into pit lane there. Not supposed to be using that today, but he did. Let's see what's happening with him.
I've seen 2 or 3 cars do that. They've come in off of that the third corner over there.
Yeah, I think that this situation might as well be safe than sorry. You know, don't force the issue.
Elio is back in. He has not had a terrific day today. He's 22nd on the charge at 223.3. Saying not a terrific day. Who knows? Maybe that's what they're working on right now.
There's Pagenaud being passed by Newgarden.
Interesting, Dave, as hot as Pagenaud has been this entire IndyCar season so far, he's kind of been under the radar in this month of May out here. Now, he did terrific in the Angie's List Grand Prix, but once we went to the Oval, he's run well, no question about that, but he's not had all the hullabaloo that you might anticipate. But still, a guy you're going to have to deal with on race day.
Oh, yeah, contender, no doubt about it. Looking to the inside here. Look at 12. Will Power trying to get around Townsend Bell. Not this time. Beautiful Monday afternoon. Again, this practice running till 4 o'clock. 2:20. I'm sorry, but this is just fun to watch. I can't take my eyes off this. This is just great stuff. We just continue lap after lap.
Well, our job is to keep you informed. We could sit up and get mesmerized by what's happening.
Exactly what's going on. It's just amazing to me, again, how much passing, driving in traffic that's going on today. This is just intense.
Yeah, it's way over my expectation bar. I will tell you that for sure.
Yeah, lap after lap. I mean, Newgarden's been out there for 60 laps. Marco's turned in 60. They're just going hard today. Look at young Brabham getting passed by Hinchcliffe, the pole sitter. There's a nice move down to that corner. And fast and safe so far. Let's keep it that way till 4 o'clock. Hold your breath till 4 o'clock.
You're talking about 60 laps being turned in. I figured maybe 25, 30, 40 laps today. Make sure everything is cool. Park it and go to dinner.
And we were talking, pretty sure that everybody has the race engine in and good to go. We're going to check on that, but I would imagine most of them have switched over. And they want to get some mileage on these motors, get them ready to go. Kanan is in the middle of that pack. Running laps over 220 miles an hour, this group. Rossi 219, Serbia 220. Stephen Wilson's at 215.
Talk about parity, Dave. The top 30 cars that have been out on the track today doing whatever it is they are designed to do today. The top 30 cars separated by less than a second.
That is incredible. That's how tight it's going to be Sunday.
Buddy Lazier is going to have to come back into the pit area whether he wants to or not. That's a drive-through penalty. Speeding. Speed limit, as Dave has mentioned, is 60 miles an hour. They caught Buddy at 71. 1,600 laps have been turned so far today here at the Speedway. Again, Joseph Newgarden, the quickest of the day at 2:27.4. Then Kanaan, Dixon, and Karam, all in excess of 226 miles per hour. Turn number 4, heading down the main straightaway. Munoz with the 26, the 6 of J.R. Hildebrand right behind him. Elio is also in that mix. On the speed list, the top 3 drivers, Newgarden, Kanaan, and Dixon, are all back out on the racetrack, all driving Cars powered by Chevy. So they are out on the track right now. Sage Karam, fourth quickest, is not on the track. The fastest Honda is that driven by Pippa Mann. She is fifth quick today. Scott Dixon leading that pack down the main straightaway. Scott in that bright red car, number 9. Third quick for the day. Top lap 2:26.3. Yellow flag comes out. We have debris on the race course. Yellow was out. They'll clean up the debris on the racetrack and give the guys a little break, and then they're going to go back at it again. Conversation with Takuma Sato. He is 16th fastest car on the racetrack so far today. We're still under yellow, but the indications are we'll be back to green flag activity in just a couple of minutes. It was strictly for a cleanup situation, debris on the race course, nobody injured. And boy, have we had a busy day today. We've turned laps in excess of 1,700. And just to give you a quick rundown, Joseph Newgarden, the fastest at 2:27.4. Then Kanaan, Dixon, Karam, and Pippa Mann. That rounds out the top 5. And 4 of the top 5 have exceeded 226 miles per hour. And again, as we have talked about throughout the day, speed not necessarily the object of the day. It's getting the car set up to go racing on Sunday. The cars will be back on the track again on Friday on what they call Carb Day. Here is the fastest speeds for the days. You see on your video board, Newgarden, the only car in excess of 227. Kanaan has been out. Dixon, Karam, Mann, Elation at 225 today. And a lot of activity on the track and a lot of exciting activity on the track as cars have barreled into that first corner down there, sometimes 2, sometimes 3 cars wide, and that'll get your attention in a hurry. So the yellow flag is up now, indicating 1 minute to go. 1 more minute, and we'll be back to activity here on the race course. Again, we've seen all 32 of the starters, or 32 of the starters, out on the racetrack. And Tagliani will be, Alex Tagliani should be back on the race course in maybe the next half hour or so. They're trying to put all the nuts and bolts back together there. All right, Katie, thank you very much. Katie down in the pit area talking to the various drivers. The yellow flag is still in the air. It'll turn to green in just a couple of moments. And as there it is right now. And as Tony mentioned, it's been a strange day today. We did not anticipate this kind of activity with all the cars on the track. We thought they would all be out there, but perhaps for a limited time. But this has been going on literally since they went green at 12:30. So we're having a busy day here at the Speedway. On the video board, you can see the cars coming south out of the pit area. And they have been running in bunches, 8, 9 deep, and heading into turn 1, 3 wide on occasion. So we'll keep an eye on that for you and let you know what happens speed-wise and incident-wise today. Once again, we've caught a guilty driver of exiting the speed, exceeding the speed limit, exiting the pits. Mikhail Aloshin and the 7 car. Speed limit 60 miles an hour in the pit area. Aloshin just not going by us, serving that drive-through penalty. Final hour of this practice session, final 60 minutes. rapidly approaching some 2,000 laps here at the Speedway on what has been a perfect day to be out and about. Well, we've seen some activity out on the racetrack. Cars down the backstretch as we speak. Max Chilton in the 8. 42 is Charlie Kimball. Third car in that pack, the 16 machine of Spencer Piggott, one of the rookies. Ed Carpenter in the 20 car. Right behind the 8 of Max Chilton. On your video boards, down the back straightaway. About to catch up with Matt Brabham, and Brabham will lead that threesome across the start-finish line. Now Chilton will pull out and make the move around Matthew Brabham. Right now, these three guys appear to be the only cars on the racetrack. The 61 car of Brabham. Up front. That's the 20 machine of Ed Carpenter. And he will jump to the front of that threesome. Third car in that mix, the 8 car of Max Chilton. Yellow flag, yellow flag. We've got the 41 machine of Jack Hawksworth off into the grassy area, and there appears to be a fire in that car. You see Hawksworth in a hurry to get out of that machine. That's the 41 machine of Jack Hawksworth, and he is out safely, and that's good news. That's up in turn 4 where we're seeing the activity. Hawksworth runs to the sideline and climbs on that safety barrier. Safety crew, that Humaltro safety crew out there in a hurry. And what they're taking a look at is the engine part of that car. And that's really about the last thing right now that particular group needs. Of course, that's one of the A.J. Foyt cars. Here comes the safety crew out now. Hawksworth will get a courtesy ride. The safety crew taking a look at the rear of that 41 automobile. You hesitate to say it's a blown engine or something of that nature. There could be any number of things that would cause a bit of a fire, so we'll just kind of sit back and wait until we get some kind of an official word. Here's a replay, and you can see that something let go. You can see the sparks and see the fire coming out of the left rear capacity of that automobile. Hawksworth realized there was a problem, got it off into the grassy area just as fast as he possibly could, and I don't think that he even touched the wall. Here's another look at it down below that white line and off into the grassy area. Looks like Jack did a super job of keeping that car as safe as they possibly could, and that's good news as far as having to repair any kind of physical damage. Again, another replay from our terrific crew that handles all of our coverage for us. There was a big puff of smoke. There was some flames coming out of the rear of the automobile, and again, all we can do is try to wait and see, and if we get some information as to what the cause was, we'll pass it along to you. See the drivers getting out of the car as rapidly as possible. And one of the last things that they are supposed to do is put the steering wheel back on. And then Jack gets away from the car. And again, the safety crew was there just in an instant. So we're under yellow conditions right now. And we'll keep you up to date as best we can of what we know about the current situation. Again, we have about 45 minutes of practice time remaining here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Now we're back under green flag activity now, and we have approximately 40 minutes, something in that neighborhood, about 37 minutes practice time remaining. So we're going to see a lot of activity here. And again, 32 of the starting field of 33 have been out onto the racetrack. We have not seen Alex Tagliani, and we expect that to happen sometime in the next 40 minutes or so. On the video boards, a look at the 41 machine, the ABC Supply Company car of A.J. Foyt. Jack Hawksworth, the driver of that car. And you see some of the mechanics, etc., looking at the rear engine of that car to see exactly what transpired. There was smoke coming out of the car, and there was also flames coming out of the bottom area of the automobile. So if we find out, we'll let you know. Katie Hargis talking to one of the drivers, asking what they were doing today, trying to get the balance of the car, maybe checking tire wear, fuel mileage, or a number of things that they're preparing for today. Speed is always an issue, but it's not the issue today. The top lap of the day was turned in a couple of hours ago by Joseph Newgarden at 2:27.414. And three other drivers are in the 226 plus bracket. They're all driving Chevrolets, being powered by Chevrolets. So let's give you some indication of what's happened so far today. The pole sitter, James Hinchcliffe. And the 5 machine heading back to the racetrack. The top 10 on the speed chart thus far are all on the race course as we speak. So if you're going to see any speeds, it's going to come in the next 45 minutes. Because that's going to run the clock out. There's a whole passel full of them at that back straightaway. We'll be right up on you in just a minute. Carlos Munoz is, at least at this moment, leader of the pack. That's going to change a lot in the next seconds here as they come down the main straight. What we're watching right now is what we have been watching literally since 12:30 today when the cars first went out of the race course. They have been running nose to tail in packs of up to 10 to 12 cars at full speed ahead. The top 30 cars are now separated by less than a second. In fact, it's 0.8 of a second separating the top 30 cars so far. We note the 35 car being pulled to the north end of the pit area. Alex Tagliani, he has not been out today. Crew had to put that car back together again after the crash. He will start 33rd in the field, and they're going to try to get something done in the final 28 minutes of this practice session. See the 10 car, Tony Kanaan, returning to the racetrack. He's the second fastest car out there today at 2:26.3. 6 of the top 10 speeds turned in today have been powered by Chevrolet. But let's keep in mind that from the fastest to the 10th is 0.3 of a second. Castroneves, and then that whole pack of cars led by Carlos Munoz by the start finish. Well, the clock is wound down to 20 minutes remaining in this practice session. 20 minutes. And we see the 35 car, Alex Tagliani, taking to the racetrack for the first time today. Well, I will say this, for you first-timers here today, you have really gotten yourself a show. This is much more than we had anticipated. Shadow Willie expected maybe an hour, hour and a half, maybe a couple of hours. On-track activity full steam ahead, and it has been nose to tail throughout the entire day since 12:30. So you came on a good day. It's just crazy down the main straightaway there at 1.4 wide. Still await the arrival of the 33rd qualifier. Alex Tagliani, his car was going out into the pits about 5 minutes ago. And he's going to have to hustle to get any laps in at all. He'll start 33rd on Sunday. James Hinchcliffe in the number 5 machine. Final 10 minutes of the practice session. Final 10 minutes. Bob Jenkins has joined us now. Bob, you've been watching this activity on IndyCar.com throughout the day prior to your activities here this evening. What do you think?
At times I couldn't watch, and at times I just held my breath thinking that we were going to wipe out about 12 or 15 cars. This has been insane, intense, but at the same time extremely entertaining.
Especially so for the drivers.
Well, yeah,
They're having a ball.
You'll talk to every one of them and say, "Oh man, that was fun out there." But boy, it sure wasn't for me at times, because I thought sure that they just couldn't run in 3 abreast, and in some cases 4 abreast. They just couldn't make it around the next corner.
Well, Dave Calabra and I talked before we ever started the day activity. We figured an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours of action, and that's going to be it.
Yeah.
But not the case at all today.
Boy, it's just been nonstop, hasn't it, since the track opened for practice at noon, and everybody went out, and boy.
I made the comment, Bob, to the folks who were here for the first time. You really picked a good day to come to the racetrack.
Absolutely. This is what we're going to see on race day, except there's going to be twice as many cars. I mean, I think, maybe 15 cars, 16, 17 is what we've seen in a line most of the day. And you double that to get what we're going to see on race day. So.
Plus the pressure racks up to about tenfold.
Oh, yeah.
It's just been a remarkable day. I am so thankful as we come down to the final 6 minutes that we have managed to dodge any kind of an issue. Now there goes the car of Alex Tagliani going out to the track for the first time. That's good news. The only incident we've had has been a fire or some kind of an engine problem in the 41 machine of Jack Hawksworth. So AJ's got some work to do.
Well, I left the house about 3 o'clock, and I just wondered all the way here if everything was going smoothly, and thankfully everything has gone smoothly. And let's hope it does the next 5 minutes or so. But this has been a practice day, probably like we have never seen before here at the Speedway. Everybody is so pumped up for the 100th running. And it's just, again, an indication of what we're going to see come Sunday.
I spent 5 to 6 o'clock hour yesterday, Bob, down at Turn 1 of the radio network. And first off, we had a terrific crowd down there. And secondly, they were very enthusiastic, really getting into what you guys were doing on the PA system.
Well, it was fun. It really was. And, it came down to either Newgarden or Hinchcliffe. And at that point, we who are calling the action have no preference as to which one takes the pole, but it was a great story to see James Hinchcliffe come back from those injuries that he suffered a year ago in a few days, and to think how close he was to death, and then he comes back and did what he did yesterday. It's quite a story, but it was a very, very fun qualification day, seeing especially the top 9 position themselves for starting position.
We just saw three side by side down the main straightaway again, Bob, with less than 5 minutes of practice time remaining.
Yeah, nothing unusual. They're still at it and will until the checkered flag falls on this session.
If I'm a car owner, I'm going, boy, just give me 4 more minutes, 4 more minutes.
Yeah, I would think so. Boy, a lot of teammates, of course, are running together, but one of them gets in trouble and you're going to wipe out several. But kudos to the drivers and really everybody who have entertained us with some very close action, but at the same time been very, very smart out there. No real stupid moves that would cause a situation that we didn't want to see.
And of course, they'll be back on the track on Friday for what they still call Carburation Day. I don't think we'll see this on Friday, do you?
No, probably not. This is really the test, and it's a test because, as I think you mentioned, this is the time, or has been the time, when the race will be going on. And so it's going to be the time of day when the track may be about the same temperature and so forth. Plus, when we get to Carb Day on Friday, I think it's going to be mostly an installation lap and a few more. But I'll be surprised if they do act like this on Carburation Day. I kind of hope they do, but I don't know. I kind of doubt it.
Well, we're still looking at Newgarden at the top of the charts, Bob, at 227. In reality, even though we've seen a ton of action today, the top 10 cars, the top 10 speeds have pretty much remained the same once they establish those speeds. We've seen some juggling back in the middle of the pack, but once the guys went out and got their car up to speed, they've been working on other things. Right,
and we're seeing, of course, a lot of speeds as a result of the draft or the tow, so no indication really. If you look at speeds, it's who's going to be the fastest on race day. But I think I also heard you guys say that it's going to be interesting to see how things shake out in the first turn after the green flag drops on Sunday. And it'll be interesting to see who is brave enough to get to turn 1 and who isn't.
One of our cohorts here just mentioned to us, Bob, we want to thank the spotters today because they're up in their positions and they've done a great job of keeping these guys out of trouble.
Yeah, those are some people that we really don't give enough credit to, but they are on the radio constantly with the driver, telling him where he is as far as the pack is concerned, who's behind him, who's coming up on, so on and so forth. They do a very, very good job, and probably you could credit the spotters with the fact that we haven't had some of the bad situations that we could have had.
Final 2 minutes of practice here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. The Indy Lights cars, by the way, will be on the track for a test session shortly after this is concluded. Minute and a half to go. Hold our breath for a minute and a half.
Well, it has been that kind of day. There were just times when I had to look away. I knew there was going to be a situation involved.
Well, I think, Bob, not just the action, but we were caught off guard. I say we, members of the media, I don't think anybody expected this, and the fans certainly came out hoping to see something like this, but I think it caught us off guard today.
Well, yeah, and those that did make their way into the Speedway, the fans have certainly gotten their money's worth today. And now we're down to a minute to go.
So hopefully things will kind of cool off a little bit here in the final 60 seconds. Just hang on here and get everybody home safely.
Hinch and Munoz still going at it at the end of the backstretch. Sage Karam has looked very good out there today. Yes. I noticed him making several moves, and he's, what, 4th on the speed chart?
Yep.
So I think he's ready to go. And here's Graham. Again, Graham Rahal is making no headlines in terms of speed, but I guarantee you when it comes race day on Sunday, he will be a competitor. That's just the way he is. Start him in the middle of the pack and watch him come to the front.
Yeah, they've not had a real good week, but you're right on that. Exactly. So the starter has the flag in hand, and the checkered flag is now flying. And if we can get everybody back to the pit area, it's been one whale of a day. The flag is out. We have turned 2,879 laps. Cars will add to that as they come by the start-finish line. So almost 2,900 laps today. Well, that's just fantastic.
It really is. And not only the number of laps, but the way they ran those laps. Just unbelievable here this afternoon. And we hope that you fans enjoyed it. I know I did.
You got some activities to take care of tonight, as I understand.
You got the Old Timers Barbecue coming up, and then I have a private function over at the museum to attend. So I'm just coming to work here at 4 o'clock, but it'll be kind of a late night.
But you still had a busy day.
Yeah.
Just watching.
Yeah, just watching, exactly, yeah. And cleaning the house, getting ready for my company on Thursday. So I might add that when I say I'll have a late night, that means anything after about 9:30, and I'll start yawning at 8. So,
well, first off, I apologize for Dave Calabro for mentioning the fact that you were in the parade and were home practicing your wave today. That was uncalled for on Dave's part.
Yes, it was.
And I'm sure he'll make it up to you.
I sent you a picture, and I was again on the back of my couch and practicing the Queen wave. So
we're talking to Bob Jenkins, who's going to be one of the celebrities, if you will, in the Indy 500 parade on Saturday. And let's just hope for good weather then. Bob, thanks for jumping in here, my friend. It's been a heck of a day. On the video boards, take a look at the speeds. And as Bob and I just mentioned, they were pretty much set early on in the practice session today. And throughout the day, we just saw action after action after action. All the cars did make it out on the racing surface, including Alex Tagliani, who turned 10 laps and was the 32nd quickest of the day. But the key there is he got the car on the race course. So that's going to conclude the IndyCar action today. Now, if you want to stick around for a while, we're going to have the Indy Lights cars out on the racetrack doing some testing. And it's significant because earlier today, for the first time that I'm aware of, they practiced early this morning at 10 o'clock and had a car go over 200 miles an hour. And these are the Indy Lights youngsters, if you will. And they'll be out doing some testing in just a few minutes. All right, Katie, thank you. That kind of answers part of our question. They're going to get a new engine, apparently, in the Hawksworth machine, the 41 car, and he will have to break that in on Carb Day, which is this coming Friday. And so we'll see how that all shakes out. Again, just to kind of recap the day for you, it was busy right from the get-go at 12:30. Joseph Newgarden, the fastest lap at 2:27.414. There were 4 other cars in the 2:26 plus bracket. Chevrolet and Honda pretty much split the top 10. 6 Chevys, 4 Hondas. And the difference between first and 10th, 0.3 of a second. Some 2,886 laps turned today. And we had a safe day, and that was the critical part of that. So as they bring the cars back to Gasoline Alley and button them up for a while or retune them, whatever the case the engineers and mechanics may want to do, we'll await the arrival of the Indy Lights cars. As I mentioned, they'll be on the track. This is not a qualifying session at all. It's a practice session, a test session. And for the first time ever in Indy Lights, we had a car earlier this morning between 10 and 11 exceed 200 miles an hour. So these youngsters will be out there in just a couple of moments. You're invited to stick around if you must leave. We are delighted to have you here today, and I hope you'll see you back here on Friday or Thursday or even Saturday and Sunday. Got a busy weekend coming up for the Indianapolis 500. And by the way, even though the track is officially sold out, there are tickets available for the infield area. So if you're new in the area and wish to come to the race, it's still a possibility. Anyway, thank you for joining us today here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, we welcome you back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jerry Baker here. Katie Hargis has joined us. And you've been busy today, Katie, down in the pit area, down back in Gasoline Alley, talking to the drivers. Was that a hectic practice session or what?
How about that, Jerry? 4 wide on a practice day before the Indianapolis 500. None of us expected to come out here and see that today.
I know Dave Calabro and I talked before we actually went on the air at 12:30 today. Well, I don't think we'll see much today. Maybe an hour and a half, couple of hours of action. And once they got out there, it never stopped.
All 3 hours. It was crazy. And even the drivers, we heard from Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Tony Kanaan, all saying it was nuts out there.
Well, when you talked to Tony, you could almost read his expression like, what the heck is going on today, man?
Right. We got to keep our cars together, guys. Luckily, everybody did.
That was the strangest thing about the whole day was one accident. One car making a mistake would take out 3 or 4 cars. I mean, we had the possibility of having a real jigsaw puzzle to put back together today, but thank God those guys got it done.
Yeah, thankfully that everybody is back in one piece, and now they're often headed to all different parts of the country for the media tour for the
I saw
500.
where they're going to be all over the country. New York, Milwaukee, Detroit, Cincinnati, whatever.
They're everywhere from New York to California to Michigan to Florida.
Katie, you've been covering over the last couple of years these guys in Indy Lights. They had a test session earlier this morning, kind of historic.
Yeah, Zach Veach at the top of the pole, and can you believe it, in an Indy Lights car, 201 miles an hour.
Over the past couple of years of watching the Indy Lights oval race, that's been some of the most fantastic racing. What was it, 2 years ago we had the 4 wide finish or something?
I think that's been the past 3 years, Jerry. We've had a 3-4 wide finish. All of a sudden I'm in victory lane expecting to interview one driver, and all of a sudden I'm interviewing the guy that was in 3rd place coming out of turn 4.
So what are we looking for here in this practice session today? This is what they call a test session. And the guys will get, I guess, accustomed to the racetrack as much as anything else.
Right. There's a couple guys to watch out for. Actually, we have a field of 16 drivers, and I'm telling you, there's probably any of them that could win at any time. Some of them to watch out for. We talked about Zach Veach, who is at 201 miles an hour this morning. Zach Veach took last year off from the Indy Lights Series, is back this year full-time with Bilardi Auto Racing, and he's still searching for his first win of the season. He was a competitor in 2014. He almost won the championship. This year he's back in the fight again. His teammate Felix Rosenquist came over from Europe. He was in the ladder to go to F1. Very successful driver over there. Decided he wanted to come to America and hopefully get his shot in the Verizon IndyCar Series in the next couple of years. He's also a driver to look out for. And that on your screen right now is Ed Jones. He is currently our points leader. Ed Jones already won 2 races this season. He won the first race of the Angie's List Grand Prix weekend for the Indy Lights Series. Definitely a guy that you can always count on being up front.
He's had 3 pole positions so far this year, and so he's had a good year already.
Yeah, and he's a veteran in the series. He was in the championship hunt last year. They were almost tied. The top 3 drivers almost tied going into the final race of the season last year. Spencer Piggott, who's currently racing for RLL Racing, ended up winning the Indy Lights Series. Jack Harvey came in 2nd, and Ed Jones, that you just saw there, was our 3rd place finisher in the championship.
So those of you who have not watched Indy Lights, those watching on IndyCar.com or those in the stands today, if you've not watched Indy Lights, first off, as Katie just mentioned, they're running 200 miles an hour in a lesser powered machine, if you will. But really what they're doing, Katie, is auditioning. Every time they go out on the racetrack, it's an audition for the Andrettis and the Ganassis and the Penske's and people of that ilk.
Absolutely. Last year, several of the drivers had the opportunity to test with the likes of Penske and Ganassi. Max Chilton raced in the Indy Lights Series last year with Carlin Racing. You see him now at Chip Ganassi Racing. Spencer Piggott, we just talked about him, the winner of the Indy Lights Championship, now racing with Ray Hall Letterman Lanigan Racing. There's a lot of guys actually in the Verizon IndyCar Series currently that raced in the Indy Lights Series. Joseph Newgarden, James Hinchcliffe, Scott Dixon, several of the current IndyCar drivers were in the Indy Lights Series. And Jerry, this is their biggest stage right here.
I think it's everybody's biggest stage. Right? It doesn't matter.
But when you're 18 years old and you have Roger Penske looking at you at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, that sounds a little scary.
I was still trying to learn to tie my shoes at 18, to be honest about it. So you're right, there's a lot of pressure on these young men to go out and perform well.
Yes.
We're waiting now. The green flag has shown, and we're just going to kind of wait to see what's going to happen. We've got cars on the race course already. These guys, it's a learning process. Katie, you've watched them over the last couple of years. You watched some of the drivers develop, and some of the drivers who have gone by the wayside because it's simply this is not their thing, so to speak. So they're under some pressure. You and I sit here and watch them go around. We're thinking, well, they're going 100, 200 miles an hour, no big deal. We just watch guys go 230, but this is big for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We have guys still in their teenage years going over 200 miles an hour, which is pretty incredible. And last year, Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports dominated this race. I think they qualified all 4 cars in the top 5 for qualifying, and several of their cars on the podium. They ended up winning this race with Jack Harvey last year.
I may be out of line by saying this, but in my opinion, Sam Schmidt and his organization really have solidified this whole Indy Lights series.
Absolutely. They've got 4 guys that could win on any given weekend, and especially with the mentorship from guys like James Hinchcliffe and Michaela Lotion, and during this month, Oriol Servia, they're really learning from the best.
So Sam has kind of pulled double duty, so to speak. He's got a team in the big leagues he's got to worry about. Then he's got this team down here, which is kind of a feeder system for himself, so to speak. So what Sam is doing right now is one of the main contributions to our racing.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, I want to take a look at these guys, see how they drive, see how they communicate with the engineers and the crew members, and maybe give them a shot at the Verizon IndyCar Series.
And yesterday, when Sam was driving the car,
wasn't that incredible?
One of the great moments I've ever seen in racing.
If you didn't get choked up, I don't know that you're
yeah. So, Sam, if you don't know, is a quadriplegic. He was injured back in 2001, I believe.
I believe so.
And it's funny because prior to that, Sam and I had kind of become friends. We would do post-race interviews and pre-race interviews, and I always kind of got Sam. And I loved the guy to death, and it really kind of hit me when he had the accident. But what he is doing is just remarkable. At one time I had him, Katie, 150 some miles an hour or something in that neighborhood going over in turn 3. And then what a lot of people didn't see because they were distracted, he came back into the pit area and had all the pictures. You talked to him, as a matter of fact. When he leaves, he does a burnout down here, for crying out loud. That's
he
just
was
amazing.
having fun.
He's a terrific guy, and I really admire him. All right, so what are we looking for here? We're already watching speed. Zach Veach at 197. He's already up there, Katie.
No surprise to see Zach out there up on top. He has a lot of experience here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and his teammate Felix Rosenquist right behind him. Ed Jones in third. I mean, all these guys, they're absolutely incredible. They're great drivers, fast drivers, and they know how to get around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. When you go just down the charts a little bit and you look at Kyle Kaiser, he's currently tied in second in points in the Indy Lights Series. He finished 5th here last year, so he's one of our veterans that also a lot of the rookies will be looking to follow.
In fact, Veach is also an American. Their hometown is Stockdale, Ohio. Lives just up the street up here in Zionsville.
Yeah, he has made his home here in Indianapolis, and he's committed. He wants to be a Verizon IndyCar Series driver, and he has come all the way up the Mazda Road to Indy ladder, so he has been well prepared for this series.
And we talk about the Road to Indy, and the Formula 2000 group, which I watched a week ago. That's pretty impressive. Now, those are youngsters
Those
there.
are very young kids, and they'll be racing. Their engines aren't quite powerful enough to race here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so the USF 2000 Series and the Pro Mazda Series both will be racing at Lucas Oil Raceway this weekend. So if you're looking for some other races to check out this weekend, there you go.
And those Ed Jones, I mentioned, he's won some poles this year. He's third quick out there at 195. Now, again, these times don't mean anything in relationship to the Freedom 100 coming up on Friday, but what we're getting is a feel for these guys, and they're getting a feel for the track, and that's about as important as anything right now.
Right, because a lot of these guys that came over from Europe had actually never raced on an oval before. So earlier this year we went to Phoenix Raceway, which is quite a bit of a smaller oval, and they got some oval experience. Kyle Kaiser won that race. So this is just, for some of them, it's just the second oval they've ever been on in their life.
Funny, it just made me think of this was in the IndyCar series a few years ago. There was a foreign driver that had come over and had qualified for the race. And they said, well, you're going to be starting in the middle of the third row. And he said, well, what do you mean, middle? He'd never raced, never started a race 3 wide. which is also an experience, not for the Indy Lights guys, but for the IndyCar guys.
Yeah, and another difference is that in Europe they do standing starts. So they are gridded, their cars are stopped, the green flag flies, and they go, which is something that we saw at the inaugural Angie's List Grand Prix of Indianapolis.
We've tried that, haven't we?
We've tried that, and you know, it doesn't work out for us here in the Verizon IndyCar Series, but that's okay. And they do it over in Europe, so it's been a big adjustment for some of our Indy Lights drivers that came over from Europe to learn that rolling start procedure.
I really wish we had been able to make that happen, the standing start. I love that. Formula One does it, and that first lap when they're coming at you, I mean, it's chaos, but I love it.
It's absolute chaos, and we thought they were crazy for going 4 wide during practice. Imagine a standing start.
Well, we're going to see the guys out practicing. So far, it is Zach Veach at 197.5. And practice and qualifying on Thursday. Yeah, Thursday's going to be a busy day. I forgot about that. 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. practice and qualifying in preparation for the race on Saturday.
They'll race on Friday during
I'm
Carb
sorry,
Day.
the race on Friday,
yeah,
Carb
Friday
Day,
during
yeah.
Carb Day.
Yeah.
So lots of action for fans, to check out on Friday, because we've got practice for the IndyCar Series, we've got the Freedom 100, and also the Tag Heuer Pit Stop competition.
Do you think we'll see in the Carb Day any kind of action like we had today?
You know, I heard you guys talking earlier, and I think that's pretty close to race day. I think you're right, that an installation systems check will be the safe route.
Okay, just make sure there's no oil leakage and make sure.
Exactly.
Now, you talked to Jack Hawksworth also, by the way. What was the final definition of his engine problem?
I think I talked to him just as he had walked back into the garage. He
Okay.
hadn't had a chance to talk to the engineers or any of his crew members yet, so hopefully they can take a look inside that engine and figure out exactly what went wrong, and he can get out for a few good laps and feel good about his engine for race day.
It was a strange little fire, if you want to call it that. There were fire coming out of the behind the engine and some smoke, but it didn't appear to be a blown engine type thing.
Right.
So I don't know.
Yeah, so hopefully they can keep that engine, because although he did, qualify 31st, if they have to change, he'll have to go
Back
to the
to the back.
outside of the last
Did
route.
he say they get a fresh engine on Carb Day? I thought he was talking about something about getting a fresh engine for the car. So,
Right, if there's something wrong with
If there's something wrong with
his
the car,
current
okay.
engine, they'll need to get a new engine.
all right, Katie, I know you got a ton of things you got to be doing here, various and sundry things. So we'll let you go. Thank you for spending some time with us
Thank you,
today.
Jerry.
And your work down along Pit Road and back in Gasoline Alley is to be admired, because it's sometimes you got to go in and ask the tough questions at a tough time.
But we're the lucky ones. We get to work at the greatest race course in the world.
You
How
are
about
right there.
that?
Katie, thank you very much.
Thank
Katie
you,
Hargett
Jerry.
has been with us today, and we'll let her go take care of some other things she must be doing today, and wish her well. And she'll be out here, of course, throughout the entire week covering activity for us. In the meantime, we're still watching Zach Veach at 197.5. He's been the top runner so far today. Rosenquist second quick at 195.1. Ed Jones is also in the 195 bracket at 195.083. 16 cars entered. 16 cars so far have been, 15 of the 16 have been out on the racetrack. Uridia has not yet taken to the track, but the 55 machine is in the pit area. And again, this is merely a test session, if you will, as we watch the 22 of Alberico come sailing by the pit area, the yard of bricks. And all these guys are doing is getting accustomed, if you will, to the race course, as Katie was mentioning. For some of the drivers, being on an oval for the first time, it's a whole new experience. Some of them drove in the Grand Prix events. That was on a road course. That's something they're more familiar with. So it's a learning experience, and we'll just kind of keep you updated on the times and point out various things as we go along. And those of you who are still here at the Speedway, we're glad to have you. It's been a perfect day. Zach Veach is back out on the racetrack again. And again, Zach is the guy that earlier today, this morning, in a practice session from 10 to 11, which is prior to the opening of the Speedway, turned a 200-mile-an-hour lap, 201, as Katie mentioned, and that is an indicator of just how quick these cars can go. That's the first time that they have run over 200 miles an hour. That's just a terrific little effort area to get over. So you figure that once somebody gets over 200 miles an hour, 201.455, that it kind of opens the door. It's like the magic 150 lap here at the Speedway, or the 200 lap, or whatever. In that case, it's kind of, oh yeah, we can do that. So we'll see what's going on. Zach is out there on the racetrack right now, 197.550, just getting back into the warm-up mode, if you will. And he just turned a lap, warming up at 195.1. Which one is? Veach is on the back straightaway about midway point. He'll be coming out down turn 3 in just a couple of moments into the short chute of the north end, and then come down the main straightaway. We'll get a time on him this time and a speed. That's Zach on the video boards out of the fourth corner, down the main straightaway, moves to the outside wall, then comes in about a quarter of the way, then swings down to the midway point of the track, turning laps that time at 195.725. As Katie and I talked, this is kind of an audition. You and I may look at this as some guys out there just running around the track, but believe me, the Andretti's and the Ganassis and the Penske's and people of that ilk, the Sam Schmitts, are all watching these young men for future employment, if you will. Already in turn 3 again is Veach, short chute, north end, sets up for the fourth corner. Zach last time at 195.7. We'll put the watch on him again and see what happens this time by. His top lap at 197.5. And by the start-finish line, 196.261. So he's about a mile and a quarter slower than his top speed of the day. We'll continue to watch. Veach now down the main straightaway again, or at least he's set up for it. Now here he comes. And let's see what Zach's got this time by. Still showing a 196.261. Zach heading back into the pit area, and we will follow various and sundry cars around. 55 car of Uritia out of Uruguay coming back into the pits. Felix Rosenquist getting ready to come down the main straightaway. He is one of the drivers that Katie talked about. He's from Sweden, driving for Bellardi Auto Racing. Getting some other numbers for you. The air temperature for you folks who did hang around, 85 degrees. Track temp is 120. Winds from the east 6 miles an hour, and this humidity number, if you're from Indianapolis or Indiana in general, you're going to appreciate this. It's 19% right now. That's ideal. 19%. we have the ability to get the temperatures around the racetrack in the four corners. It's 123.8 degrees in the third turn and 115 in the fourth, which is kind of amazing because they're literally a half a mile apart or less. And yet there's that much temperature difference. 120.2 in turn one and 120.7 over in turn number two. On the 11 car of Ed Jones. This young man has done a super job in qualifying this year in the 11 machine. He's out of Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Carlin Racing, he won the race in Alabama starting from the pole. Then the second race in Alabama started from the pole and finished second, so he's come on strong over the last portion of the season, early portion of the season. Ed Jones in the 11 car just making the left-hand turn out of turn number 4. He'll be coming down the main straightaway just momentarily. And here comes Ed in that blue machine. Sorales going by the start finish line at the moment in the pit area, heading back out to the racetrack. The 27 of Dean Stoneman, followed by the 51 of Shelby Blackstock. Second car in line is Dalton Kellett, one of the rookies out of Toronto, Canada. Jones, second quick on the charts. Is the second car getting ready to come by us here? Well, second, they're almost side by side when they do so and make the pass down into turn one. The 51 of Blackstock, the 28 of Kellett, and the 27 of Dean Stoneman running in tandem. 7 car of Enerson picking up some speed. 196, 154 on the last time around. The 7 car, R.C. Enerson out of Newport Richey, Florida, for Smith Peterson Motorsports with Kerr Agajanian. Backstretch, the 28, the 27. Kellett in the 28, Stoneman of the 27. They're literally nose to tail. It's the third member of that group. In fact, they get all swallowed up coming down the main straightaway. The third car in that group is the 51 machine, Shelby Blackstock of Nashville, Tennessee. These 3 cars have been running nose to tail for the last 7 or 8 laps, getting some good experience running in traffic, taking a tow, fighting the buffeting winds that come off those automobiles. The top 5 cars on the speed charts have all come back into the pit area for the moment. As they come down the main straightaway again, 1, 2, 3, and that 4th car trying to get into the mix is the 13 machine, Zachary Clayman DeMello, a rookie out of Montreal, Canada, for Juncos Racing. See, the 3 machine of Scott Hargrove is out on the racetrack. Scott, the reason I mention that, he is the slowest of the 16 cars out there at the moment. He's only up to 189.7 and just working his way back up to speed. In fact, he may be coming off the race course already, but he is the slowest of the lot. Top speed, Zach Veach, 197, 632. Then Ed Jones, R.C. Enerson, and the 14 car, Felix Rosenquist. And then the 55 car running out the top 5 is the 55, Santiago Urrutia. Five car of Zach Veach just going by the start finish line, already setting up for turn number 1. Turning laps at 197.123. His fast lap of the day is 197.632. So Veach is obviously the showcase car right now, for the moment anyway. 3 other cars in the 196 bracket with Jones, Enerson, and Rosenquist, but Veach at 197, 123 last time. Let's see if he gets a flyer this time around. Again, he's the guy who ran 201 in this morning's session. Track was a whole lot different between 10 and 11. So different conditions, different speeds. (197.238) that trip. About 0.4 of a second slower than his previous high, 197.6. Veach out of the north end of the track. Sets up, completes turn 4. Here he comes again, that red and white machine. Down a little bit that time. 197.069. Still 197 bracket. Zach's going to park it for a while. Zach Veach back into the pit area after running 3 laps in the 197 bracket. Tops for the day at 197.632. The 77 car, driven by rookie Heman Choi out of Busan, Korea. Lives now in New York. And again, a Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports entry. Number 2 car back to the pits, Juan Piedrahita. We've been watching the 17 car of Andre Negrão from Brazil. Another Schmidt-Peterson entry. Down the back straightaway. Serrani's across the start-finish line right now. Felix is 7th quick for the day, 194.9. As we mentioned, these cars have a little less horsepower. They're all powered by Mazda. A little smaller car, if you will. And still running over 190. And as we mentioned earlier today, Zach Veach took it over 200 miles an hour. First time in the history of Indy Lights that has happened. He hit 201 earlier today. 201.455. Down in the pit area, a lot of the drivers' teams now packing up their equipment to head back to their base in the garage area, Gasoline Alley. And they will be off until Friday. We'll have carb day. And then Saturday, the drivers' meeting, which will be down here in the pit area, by the way. And then the big race on Sunday, shortly after noon. We've been talking about these young men. They will be back on the track at 9 a.m. on Thursday. From 9 to 3, they will have Indy Lights practice, followed by qualifying for the race that they will run on Friday. Gates open, by the way, on Thursday at 8 a.m. On Friday, the carb day, should be a busy day. At least we know we're going to expect all 33 of the Indy Lights or Indy cars out there on the racetrack. I don't imagine it'll be anything like today, but it'll still be fun to come. Gates open at 8 a.m. on Friday. And Saturday, the drivers' meeting scheduled for around 10:30, somewhere in that neighborhood, once we have all of the autograph sessions over with. And then the race on Sunday. We've turned over 300 laps already in this practice session, which is just about an hour long. We got 45 minutes remaining in this practice session. See, Zach Veach has brought the number 5 machine back into the pit area. He's turned laps in excess of 197 miles an hour in this practice period. That came very early on, first 5 or 10 minutes. The threesome going down that back straightaway. The 7 car of R.C. Enerson and the 2 machine of Scott Hargrove and the 14 machine of Felix Rosenquist. Coming right by you here in just a couple of seconds. To that 4-car parlay. Looking back to a year ago for the Freedom 100, Jack Harvey was the winner. Started second, finished first, led 10 laps, average speed 179.886. Ethan Ringel was in the number 2 spot. Ethan, by the way, holds the track record in qualifying at 197.866. And Felix Sorales leads the record charge for the race itself on May 22nd in 2015, a year ago, at 196.374. So these guys can go out and get it. R.C. Anderson out on the racetrack. He's the fastest car out there right now. He has turned a lap at 197.376. 0.3 of a second behind Zach Veach, who's been the hot shot of the day at 197.632. Only two cars in excess of 197. And then Jones and Rosenquist of the 196 bracket. And Blackstock and Uridia 195 plus. All 16 cars have been out on the racetrack. Ready to come down the main straight. Andre Negrao in the 77, or second 17. 77 is Joy from Korea. '18 car going by, being driven by Kyle Kaiser of Santa Clara, California, has a win this year. 2 pole positions. He was on the pole at St. Pete in the first race there and in Phoenix. And also was a winner of the race at Phoenix. Driving for Juncos Racing, Kyle Kaiser, car 18. Now DeGraw finding some speed at 196.543 on the last time around. That's in that 17 car. Number 17, Andre Negrao from Brazil, lives in Sao Paulo. And again, that's a Schmidt-Peterson car. Negrao just coming down the main straightaway. .196.459 that time. We just moved past the 400 lap mark today, so these guys have been very, very busy in the last hour. DeGraw has called it quits for the moment, back into the pit area. Serranos is the busiest guy out there so far. He's turned 36 laps. And Blackstock not far behind with 34. So they're not wasting any time at this practice session. Video board showing Choi out of Korea, living in New York. Schmidt-Peterson entry. Kaiser turning in his best lap at 194.871. That's in the 18 machine. Keep an eye on Stoneman of the 27 car, 196.094. His last trip around. That's his best effort of the day. And he shows he's coming back into the pit. So we won't see much more of him for the time being anyway. Kaiser picking up a little speed, 195, 174. Kaiser's been busy, as we mentioned, 31 laps today. That 77 car of Choi's also been out there a lot, 38 laps, and Choi is on the race course right now. Last lap was 191.9. Finally, Choi comes back into the pit area after turning 39 laps. Young man's been very, very busy in that 77 machine. Getting close to the final 30 minutes of this practice session, test session. We had hoped to see Veach crank on another 200-mile-per-hour lap, but the track has changed dramatically since 10 o'clock this morning when they went out earlier, and Zach became the first driver ever in Indy Lights to reach the 200-mile-an-hour mark. Track's a lot warmer. Like we're showing a track temperature well in excess of 100 degrees all the way around the track. 121 in turn 3, as a matter of fact, 119 in turn 2, 110 in turn 4, and 108 down in turn number 1. Jones getting his best lap in the number 11 car, 196.445. Ed Jones, car 11. 8/10 of a second separate the top 13 cars. At the moment, at the north end of the speedway, Scott Hargrove is the Lone Ranger. He's the only car out there and probably needs to be. He's the 16th fastest so far. The 16 cars have been on the racetrack at 189.702. That time around 187.1. So we'll keep an eye on the 3 machine of Scott Hargrove. Vancouver, British Columbia, lives in Surrey, British Columbia. Team Pelfrey is his team. That finishes on the tour this year at 16th, 14th, 13th, 13th, and 12th. So he's still trying to get up to speed, so to speak. Well, he has some company out there. And it appears the 5 machine of Zach Veach has left the pit area. And R.C. Enerson is right behind him. So 1 and 2 on the speed charts are on the race course at the moment. As well as Felix Rosenquist in the number 14 car. He is 6th quick today. Rosenquist coming at you, followed by that 5 machine of Zach Veach, 192.7. That time for Zach. It's getting a little busier out there now as we wind down to the final 25 minutes of this test session. Coming at you, Zach Veach, 14 car of Rosenquist, 77 of Choi. R.C. Anderson in the 7th car about to come by the start-finish line. And he's showing the most speed that we could find out there right now. That time around, he lost some miles per hour, 193.8. He's still second fastest for the day at 197.3. And Zach Veach is going back out onto the track. He's on the backstretch right now, so we're going to keep an eye on the 5 car. See what they might come up with. Lead car then back is the 5 car of Zach Veach. Zach 194.3 that trip around. Anderson at 193.1. '28 car having a nice run. Dalton Kellen out of Toronto, Canada. Lives now in Indianapolis. Last time around did a really good job of getting out to a 196.342. And we are down to less than 20 minutes to go in this practice period. This test session began at about 4:30 this afternoon. These guys have been busy in that entire span of time. We've turned right over 500 laps, 500 plus laps so far. Up that back stretch. Setting up for 3, round 3, short shoot, north end, into turn 4. And let's keep an eye on these guys. Beach and Enerson, the top 2 drivers out there speed-wise. Beach kind of got swallowed up that time around. He turned to 179. Enerson to 188. Stoneman now at 196, 873. So he's knocking on the door. Third quick for the day. Stoneman's at the 27 machine. What a difference a lap makes. We mentioned 179 for Beach previous lap. This time 196.667. Enerson not far behind, about a half a mile an hour difference, 195.9. Looks like Enerson has come off the track right now, along with Zach Beach. So the 2 hot shots out there speed-wise have both come off the racetrack. And Negrao, who was 4th quick at 196.5, remains out. grass up at the north end of the track, and Juan Pete Rajita will jump out in front of the 7 car of R.C. Enerson as they come down the main straightaway and then go side by side into turn 1. That's always fun. Yeah, we've seen a lot of that today with the IndyCar guys. I mean, it was a madhouse. If you missed it, boy, you missed one heck of a day. They somehow got through it safely. And again, they exchange positions on the racetrack. A lot of that going on today. Guys have been very, I'll use the word, polite. The leader of that pack, the 7 car of R.C. Enerson. Second quick for the day. He turned a lap at 197.3. That time 194. Again, this is an Indy Lights test session. Now, these 16 cars will be out there on the race course in competition on Friday for the Freedom 100, and it starts about 12:30. If you have been around for the last couple of years and watched these guys go after it, it is pretty darned exciting. So they'll go green at 12:30 on Friday. Lots of activity on Friday with the Indy Lights practice and quals from 9 to 3. Gates will open at 8 o'clock on Thursday. Carb day, Friday. Gates open at 8. And the Indy practice 1 hour from 11 until noon on Carb day. And the Freedom 100 at 12:30. And then the big pit stop competition at 1:30, followed by a concert. Busy couple of days. Less than 10 minutes away from the close of activity here today at the Speedway. guys are pretty gutsy, man. They're going through those corners side by side. Finally shake it out, get in line with each other. Yeah, they're set to come down the main straightaway. For Stoneman. Beach back in the pit area. He's the guy we thought would maybe get another chance to hit the 200-mile-an-hour mark, but the track is obviously a whole lot different than it was this morning. Seven-car pack going into turn one. And Rosenquist in the 14 car suddenly jumps to the top of the speed chart, and he did it in big fashion. Felix Rosenquist, car 14, 198.051. First time we've had a change in the leaderboard since the guys actually took to the track at about 4:30. Rosenquist in the 14, setting up for turn number 4. Heading out of turn number 4 down the main straightaway. Third car in that pack. And Uritia goes over 196, 196, 341. Rosenquist that time around lost about 6 miles an hour. Getting caught up in traffic. Pack that he is in is led by Andre Negrão from Brazil, and he's also in there with the 55 of Uritia. And in fact, now he pulls off the track into the pit area. So Rosenquist goes to the top of the boards, 198.051. Says thank you very much. I'll just park this thing for a while. Felix, a winner already this year in the Indy Lights on their circuit down in St. Pete in the second race down there. He started first and finished first. He's from Sweden for Velarde Auto Racing. And we have 5 minutes left, 5 to go. It's interesting to note in the last few minutes that Zach Veach is going back out onto the track. Maybe he'd still like to get out of here with the top speed of the day. He is 9/100th of a second behind Rosenquist. When Felix just a couple of minutes ago turned that lap at 198.051. There's a whole mass of humanity heading down into the corners. Out of turn 4, here they come. Zach at 197, 164. He's going to get maybe a couple of more laps out of this thing. Here comes that pack of cars down the main straight. like a conga line. Well, Beach really way down that time at 190. Albarico at 195.877, and we have about 3 minutes remaining in this practice test session. Well, they're weaving all over the track coming down this main straight. Look at them, 3 wide, and 2 more guys that'd like to get in the mix. And we're down to a couple of minutes. Albarico again up to 196.107. He's in the 22 machine. Kind of hard to keep track of all those guys. They're running nose to tail. The 7 car is the leader of the pack, so to speak. That's R.C. Enerson out of Newport Richey, Florida. And back on the back of that mess is the 22 car of Albarico. Here they come. Beach at 195, Albarico at 197.330. And again, he is the guy at the tail end of that pack doing a good job of using the slipstream, so to speak, although they're crediting him at 193.912 without a tow. But that time around, he doesn't care. 7 car comes back into the pit area. That's Enerson. He was out there in that mass a while ago. Down to the final minute or so, they're going 2 wide into the corners all the way around this racetrack. Now we're down to 1 minute to play. Out of 4. Yeah, they might get one more lap in. We'll see. Clock ticking down with 30 seconds remaining. They're over in turn 2 right now. It's going to be a little iffy. Ten seconds remain. And again, they're charging toward that start-finish line. If they make it before the 6 o'clock hour, although the checkered flag is flying, that'll take care of things. That'll just wave them off the track here. So that'll conclude things as far as the Indy Lights are concerned in their test session today. They turned sub 715 laps. The number 14 car of Felix Rosenquist was the top runner of the day at 198.051. Then Zach Veach at 197.6, and there is Rosenquist. And looking at the charts, he made that move in the last 10 minutes of the practice session. Now, again, congratulations all around. Nice job, young man. Zach Veach second at 197.6. R.C. Enerson at 197.3. And then the 22 car of Neil Albarico at 197.3. And rounding out your top 5, Dean Stolman at 196.873. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a heck of a day. All kinds of activity with the Indy cars earlier on today, and they were running like gangbusters from 12:30 until 4 o'clock. It just never let up. So the track will be semi-quiet over the next couple of days. Thursday, Indy Lights practice and quals from 9 to 3, the gates opening at 8 o'clock. On Friday, Carb Day. There'll be a lot of activity out there with the gates opening at 8. Indy cars will be on the track for the final time prior to the race. 11 to 12, IndyCar practice. They'll go for 1 hour. 12:30, the Freedom 100. At 1:30, the pit stop competition will get underway. And then, of course, you got a concert later on also. So we thank you for joining us today. And we'll hope to see you out here on Friday and Saturday and hopefully on Sunday for the 100th running of the Indianapolis 500. So for now, for the entire crew, the and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Public Address System, we thank you for being with us here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.